right, it looks like we're up online here. Okay, so let me just say something online in class here. The students are finishing up their quiz, which again you do need to take today. So make sure that that you take that quiz at some point today and send that in. All right, I need to get that by Monday. So by the end of the day Monday, I need your field notes and your quiz. I had a few of you that have emailed me a couple of those things, but I have to have them by Monday before you get any credit. Some of you have already taken zeros for not turning in work. And I know it's a little bit harder for you guys because I'm not able to see you, to pass back your work, all of that stuff. So you go on My Schoolworks and you're going to see what your grade is right now. And that will tell you, you know, if you've taken those zeros or what you've got, especially, I'm not going to give you, if you didn't turn anything in, I have no paper to give back to you anyway. So do make sure, and some of you, you're turning them in by the pictures, and so I'm not running those off and giving them back to you. So just check My Schoolworks, and that'll be the best way for you to be up to date on your grade. But I want to just stress, it has to be in Monday. So your field notes, and you have to have your Bible verse quiz, which is Psalm 1, 4, and 5. And also let me say that you need to turn in or Psalm 1, 4, and 5, and then your bonus. Your bonus is the next 10 after the book of Proverbs, all right? The next 10 after the book of Proverbs, all right? All right, I'm going to collect the rest of them. Those you guys are working on some things right now. We'll collect the rest. Today is Friday. Let me say that. One thing that we always sort of open it up to on Friday is if you have a question about something in the Bible, something going on, give you an opportunity to ask that. If we don't have a lot of questions today, we will just jump right into our notes. So whatever you guys sort of decide more of the direction today, and so we'll see what goes on there. But I'm going to go ahead, collect the rest of the quizzes that have not been picked up. If how many of you are done? You're done, and I haven't picked it up yet. Okay, if I haven't picked it up, all right. Let me come get it. I think that's almost everybody. So let me come get your quizzes, and then we'll move on from there. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Take that from me. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Take the hand off. Thank you. Let's see. Got that one. From now on, if you can help me out, just use a regular sheet of paper. It's that way I don't lose it or something like that, because I certainly don't want to do that. Already got yours, right? All right, perfect. Got yours. Thanks, sir. Okay. Did I get your quiz already? I did? Okay. Do I have everybody's quiz? Just making sure. What's that? That's why I'm asking if I had everybody's quiz. Thank you for raising your hand. All right, guys. I will get those graded, and those should be back to you sometime next week. So sometime next week. Those of you online, you're saying I didn't have a quiz. What do you always do with your verse quizzes? Get out a piece of paper and write it down. So no, you didn't have a quiz, but hopefully you have a piece of paper. And so I didn't give you just a regular sheet of paper. I assumed you would have that. So that is why there was no quiz for you to pick up. You're writing down Psalm 1, 4, and 5, all right? Okay, it is Friday, so do me a favor, put away everything you're working on right now. And by the way, let me just say this. I am very thankful for many of you that when you do quizzes like this, you take advantage of the time and start working on other things. That's a good thing. It's a good habit to get into when you have a little bit of extra time to try to work on some things to help get yourself done with homework or maybe even some future work, whatever it is there. All right. Let's see. Who else or anybody else have a question? Anybody have a question you'd like to discuss? Or again, we jump into our notes and continue on there. But does anybody have anything they would like to ask a question about pertaining to the Bible today? All right. Well, let's go ahead and open our books then. Page 117. Page 117. Okay. Page 117. We looked at Ezra. So now the people, how long have the people been in exile? 70 years. And by the way, when we're referring to the people that have been in exile for 70 years, I don't know if I was clear on this yet, are we referring to people in the northern kingdom or the southern kingdom? What was it? Southern, exactly. Good job. All right. The southern kingdom, right? The southern kingdom is what we're referring to. Because the northern kingdom, let's just review really quick. Northern kingdom was, what was the other name? What was the other name for the northern kingdom? Yes. Israel. Remember, there were more tribes together, so Israel is the northern kingdom. And the northern kingdom was actually captured, I guess that's not the right word, defeated first. Anybody remember which group of people, which nation defeated the northern kingdom of Israel? Yes. The Assyrians. The Assyrians defeat the northern people of Israel. And we'll get into this more later, but let me just say this. There's a book in the Bible, actually two of them, but one of them is very, we know this book. It talks about a group of people from a city that was the capital of the Assyrian Empire, and that book is the book of Jonah. Okay, so when Jonah is going to the city of Nineveh, Nineveh is the capital of the Assyrian Empire. And so I'm just trying to get you guys to understand that the Bible is all connected. It's not just random things. And we'll look at that much more when we get into the book of Jonah, but just a heads up there. So, the southern kingdom, which the southern kingdom is known as what? What is the southern kingdom known as? Northern kingdom is known as Israel. Southern kingdom, yeah, Joey? Judah, okay? And who captured the southern kingdom? Anybody know what nation? Yes. The Babylonian Empire, all right? Babylonian Empire, okay? So, as we continue on, we are going to look now at them coming back. They've been in captivity 70 years. Now they're coming back. And we've seen Zerubbabel leads a group of people. What did Zerubbabel's group come back to do? We mentioned this. They had a specific job that they said they're leaving Babylon. Cyrus allows them to come back, and the job they were going to do was what? Do make sure your masks are on, all right? Make sure you leave those on. Yes, sir. To build the temple. Okay, to build the temple. That was their job. Ezra comes back. Ezra's job is not to build the temple. What did Ezra come back with a group of people to try to help them do? Anybody remember? Ezra comes back to try to help them in their worship in the temple. So Zerubbabel comes back to rebuild the temple. Ezra comes back to try to help the people learn how to worship. And the one we're going to look at today is a man by the name of Nehemiah. Nehemiah is going to come back to help the people build the walls. All right, to help people build the walls. Let me say this. Those of you guys online, you need to, if you have a question, email me and we can look at that. But right now, you guys should not be talking to each other on there. You guys need to be listening. Everything you're talking about, I have already said. Okay, so if you didn't get it, you can email me and talk about that. But you should not be talking right now on there. All right. So you are on page 117. Nehemiah lived in Susa. And Nehemiah is going to work for the king. Nehemiah actually has a good job and a bad job. He is called the cupbearer to the king. What does this mean? He got to eat the food that the king got to eat. That's a good thing, right? I mean, the king's getting the best food. So he gets to eat it. Now, here's the bad part of his job. The reason why he is eating the food that the king eats. He's eating it to make sure that nobody has poisoned the food. So for instance, if he has a bad day on the job, he's probably dead because he just ate food that was poison that was meant for the king. I mean, can you imagine that job? Every time you eat, I don't know how it worked. Was somebody like staring at him? Like just waiting for him to fall down dead? You know, like, I mean, I don't know exactly how it worked, but this was what his job was. His job, he would be in the king's presence. He would be around the king, which again sounds, I mean, of a lot of jobs that you could get, that sounds like a pretty good job. I like this part of the job. How many of you would like a job where your main responsibility is to eat? Anybody else think you can like handle that? Like, hey, this is your job. You're coming in here to eat. I think that you're coming in here to eat good food, hopefully. It would be bad if the king had like a bad, like, you know, what? Let me ask you this. What is the weirdest food you have ever tried? Weirdest food you have ever tried? Anybody ever tried anything weird? Anybody have one? I haven't really tried that. I've had squid before. That was good. Good. Nobody's really tried it. My grandma would tell me, she lived in Ohio, and my grandpa, they would go to these things, and they basically they would pay money, and you'd go in there, and these people would fix all these weird things. And she's like, now some of it's sort of, they would eat like squirrel. She said she ate like skunk before. That sort of seems disgusting. All right, and just some of these like weird, so I guess it's a good job as long as the king likes normal things. If the king likes something that you don't like, you still got to eat it. So I guess that makes it more of a difficult job. But again, this is Nehemiah's job. He's serving the king. He's in the palace. Every day his responsibility is to come in and he is going to eat what has been prepared for the king to make sure that there is nothing wrong with what has been prepared for the king. So here he is working in the palace. His job was a cupbearer to the king. And according to Nehemiah 1:1, this one shouldn't be that hard for you. The person who wrote the book of Nehemiah is the man by the name of Nehemiah. And we're going to start getting into a lot of books where the author of the book is actually the name of the book. And so that makes it a little bit easier for us. Ezra, again, the author of the book. And so we see that. So Nehemiah is there working his job. Some people come back from Jerusalem and they give him a report. And here's what the report says. They're very distressed because the walls of the city have been torn down and they've never been rebuilt. Now, again, this is why it's so important for us to understand the context of the day, because when I hear the walls of a city are burnt down, that does not make me upset at all, because we don't live in a city with walls. But in Nehemiah's time, this was a big deal. Why is this a big deal? Why? Just think, why would it be a big deal in Nehemiah's time if the walls of the city are torn down? Joey? Okay. The walls, go ahead, elaborate on that. He was just saying so other cities don't come in and take your land. Oh, that's what you were going to say? I mean, and that's the answer. The walls were set up as a protection. So if the walls aren't there, you don't have any protection. And what would happen, especially during this time, there's a lot of battles going back and forth about land and different things like that. Basically, if you didn't have a wall around your city, then there was no defense for your city. So you could build your house, but a few months from now, somebody could come in and destroy it because you're being attacked by a foreign nation. So that was a huge concern. Again, a lot of times during this time, during Bible times, especially around here, you're going to see where they are going to go inside of the city and there's going to be like a siege outside the city, because you're not going to try to get inside the city. In fact, Babylon, the Babylonian Empire, why? We're going to look at this in Daniel. Daniel chapter number 5. I already alluded to it. Let me just say it. Do you know in Daniel chapter number 5, they're having a huge party, remember? The thing that's odd about Daniel chapter number 5 having a huge party, do you know what's right outside the walls there? They've been being attacked by the Medo-Persian army for several weeks. So you would think this isn't the time to celebrate. But do you know why they thought they could celebrate? Because their walls were so well fortified. Inside of the walls of Babylon there, they had water. They had a place where they could grow food. So they looked at it as, they're not going to starve us out of here. They're going to have to attack us, and if they attack us, there's no way they can defeat us. Anybody know how the Medo-Persian Empire got in there? They diverted the water, that they had water coming into Babylon. They diverted the river, and they went underneath the wall where that water should have gone. So here they trusted in the wall, and they lost. Because the walls were such a big thing. Jericho. Remember the city of Jericho? We talked about that. These walls aren't like, this wide. These walls are wide enough where several of them talk about you could have a couple chariots on them. I mean, this is a big, some of the walls in Jericho, they had houses in them. It was like an apartment type thing right on the wall. So these are a huge deal. So Nehemiah hears this, and he is upset about it. And here's something important from the lesson of Nehemiah. What does he do when he hears something that upsets him? Because let's be honest, we've all heard things that have upset us, that are big deals. What do we do when someone upsets us? Notice what Nehemiah does. Nehemiah is going to pray. He's going to go to God with his problems. Sometimes I feel in my own life, I know I need to pray. I know when there is a problem, I should pray. But sometimes it feels like, am I really doing anything by praying? But look at what he does. He's going to praise God for keeping his covenant. He's going to thank God for bringing the people back. He's not going to come at God with all the problems. He's going to say, God, you have kept your word. And then he's going to confess Israel's sin. Here's something that I think as Christians we must understand is how serious sin is. Here's what we're very good at. I'm very good at knowing that your sin is serious. I'm very good at that. Like, I can't believe they would do that. I can't believe that person would say that. I can't believe that. We're good at finding everybody else's sin. We're good at maximizing everybody else's sin and minimizing our sin. Right? Like, they're terrible people. I'm not that bad. I mean, overall, I'm a pretty... this is a common response. I talk to people about, hey, are you sure you're going to heaven? And they'll say, this is my number one response I've heard over many years of talking to people, talking to hundreds of people. I'm a pretty good person. That's what they'll say. I try to do what's right. Some form of variation of that. But the truth is, we're all sinners. And Nehemiah could say, well, I'm doing better than most of the other Jewish people are doing. But that's not what he said. He came with his sin. He confessed his sin. Do you know who else makes a prayer like this around this same time? Actually, a little bit before this. A man by the name of Daniel. When he comes and prays, do you know whose sin he confesses? His sin. He looks at himself. If there was anybody in the Old Testament we read about where it's like, man, this guy did what was right when everybody else around him was doing what was wrong, it's Daniel. But Daniel still realizes that he's a sinner. And so he confesses Israel's sin. He asks God for three different things. He asks God to hear him. To hear him. To remember his promises. And to grant him success with the king. Now this is such an important thing, and I want to look at this for a moment here. Well, first off, the first two. To hear. Let me ask you this. Does God always hear your prayer? Do you know the answer to that is no? The Bible says, if I regard iniquity in my heart, the Lord will not hear me. When I'm living in sin and I know it, what does that mean, the Lord will not hear me? Does that mean God doesn't hear me? No. He hears, but he's not going to take it seriously because you're not taking what he has said seriously. So I got to be right with God. So he asked God to hear. That's why he's confessing his sin before God. Then he's going to ask God to remember his promises. Now let me ask you this. Was Nehemiah asking God to remember his promises because he was afraid that God had forgotten things? Do you think he was? Does God forget things? No. How many of you have had to remind somebody of something before? You ever had to do that like to your parents or something like that to remind them? I am like the worst. I honestly am. I need to try a lot better. Mrs. Moyer can tell me I'm going to the store. And she can be like, when you go there, I need you to pick this up. So I get to the store. I call her on the phone. And I'm talking to her there. Because she sends me to the store and I can never find exactly what it is. I don't know if you guys have ever been in that situation. So I'm like, well, does this one work? Or is this what you're talking about? I know what I'm supposed to get. You know how many times I've walked out of the store forgetting what I was supposed to get? And I get home, and this is the worst feeling. I don't know if you guys have ever had this. I pull into the driveway, and it hits me. I didn't get it. And I'm like, then I'm faced with the choice, do I go back out and get it, or do I just apologize? Most of the time, I just go in and try to smooth it over, whatever, but we need to be reminded. That's why in school, every single day of class, you guys ever notice this? I say some very similar things, right? What have I told? Every single day I tell you what your assignments are for the week. So Monday, I told you are going to have a quiz on Friday over Psalm 1, 4, and 5. Tuesday, I told you you're going to have a quiz on Friday on Psalm 1, 4, and 5. Wednesday, Thursday, today, you took it. Why do I do that every single day? To remind you. To remind you. Because I know you have several classes going on. You have, different assignments for each class. So I want to make sure every day I'm going to say, work on your field notes. Those are due Friday. Because I'm trying to remind you. Remind me, but God doesn't need to remind it. And then let's look at this. To grant him success with the king. I think this is such an important thing. What is Nehemiah praying for? Here's what we get out of order. If we need to talk to somebody about something, here's what we often do. Okay? I need a loan. All right? Or I'm in trouble and I need help from somebody. So, of course, the person I'm going to go to in this room that's going to be able to help me is Chase. All right? So I'm going to come to him because he's just full of knowledge and very, very helpful. So I go to him for help. Now, here's what we often do. I go to him right away and I never pray about it. Nehemiah sets the example of praying about it and then going. Esther sets this example. Daniel sets this example of before I go and try to handle the problem on my own, I pray about it. So he prays. He's going to talk to the king. But there's a problem. Why does he fear King Artaxerxes? Why is he praying? Why is he afraid about going? It's not just because he's going. There's a fear here. Why is that? Guys, do make sure your masks are on. Those have to stay on, okay? Again, I'm sorry to annoy you with it, but you've got to leave them on, all right? Why does he fear him? First off, he fears him because during a while ago, he told Ezra to stop building, to stop construction. And the reason that he did this is because the people that were there, we're going to especially see it in the book of Nehemiah, the people that were still down there in Jerusalem didn't really like that the Jewish people were coming back to rebuild things. And in Nehemiah, we're going to see a lot of opposition. Ezra tells us about the opposition Zerubbabel faced. And basically, here's what the opposition was. The people sent word back to Artaxerxes saying, hey, Artaxerxes, these guys are trying to rise up against you. If you let them rebuild this wall, this people always fight against authority. You don't want to let these people come back and rebuild stuff because they will rebel against you. And so he's warning them. Artaxerxes hears this, and he doesn't know what's going on. Again, it's not like today where he could just see exactly what's going on there. He's never been there. He's just taking the word of the people that are there and he tells them to stop. That's one reason. I think the main reason is the second part. It was dangerous to approach the king for a favor. This is hard for us to understand because thankfully in the country that we live in, this is not how government works. But in the Medo-Persian Empire, this is exactly how government works. It was dangerous to ask the king for a favor. Let me ask you this, is there another example of somebody who was afraid to go to a king, a Medo-Persian king, and talk to them? Yeah. Who is it? Esther. Esther. Remember, Esther's his wife. Remember, she knows that the Jewish people, and we're going to talk about this, Jewish people are going to be killed. Mordecai, her cousin, has talked to her about that, and she knows she needs to go talk to the king, and she's afraid because he could have her killed. That's his wife, let alone just some servant here. So he's fearful, and I would be fearful. Have you ever been fearful going to ask somebody a question? We all have, right? You ever, like, when you're going to ask your parents a question, you're a little nervous about it? You ever had that? Why are you nervous? We're just nervous because we might say no, and we don't want to hear no. I've never been nervous to go ask my parent a question if I could go spend the night somewhere because they might respond with, just go ahead and chop his head off. Never been nervous about that. I've been nervous about, they might say no, and that'll disappoint me, and I haven't wanted to go. Can you imagine the stakes being a little bit higher than just them saying no? There's nerves there. Of course there is. But he's going to go. And I'll probably end with this. Here's what happens. He goes to the king and he's just working one day and the king can tell something is wrong. If you see somebody every single day, you will notice when they're a little bit down, right? You'll notice it. Nehemiah has never been down in the king's presence before. He's always tried to be cheerful. It's like when you get a job someday, One of the things that your employer will say, you're never supposed to have a bad day at your job. Why? Let's say you're working at fast food or something like that. You can't have like a day where you're just all look gloomy and upset with everybody that comes in there and stuff, because you're just you'll ruin the reputation of the store. So for Nehemiah, again, it's a little bit bigger than him just being fired. He could lose his life here. He's not supposed to have a down day. The king sees that he's down and says, Nehemiah, what's wrong? Now Nehemiah's a little scared. Nehemiah talks to him and tells him what he wants to do. What was Nehemiah's mission? He wanted to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. That is what Nehemiah wanted to accomplish. He wanted to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. And then I want you to put in this part, we talked about it a little bit. I love how they put it in your book here. 3 different people are very influential during this time. Write these in and then you guys can be dismissed. We'll talk about it a little bit more. Zerubbabel rebuilds the temple. Ezra rebuilt the people. And Nehemiah rebuilds the walls. So those are 3 people that are very, very important in Jerusalem at this time, and we'll look a little bit more at them not tomorrow, on Monday. All right, on Monday. All right, guys, you can be dismissed. If you have any questions, let me know, and we'll look at that online. Do make sure everything has to be in. By the way, check in really quick. I've seen several of you talking, but I haven't had you check in, so check in really quick. And just so we are very clear online, what I am saying is there is no quiz paper, there is no Bible quiz, it's a Bible verse quiz. Okay, so it's your verse quiz like we've been announcing, Psalm 1, 4, and 5. So that is why those of you that came in and picked up your packet, good job on that, but there is no Bible quiz in there, because all you need to do is get out a piece of paper. Do make sure you're taking the quiz, you must take it with an adult in the room. And same rules apply. There should be nothing out that would help you in that quiz. Okay, nothing out. It should just be your work. Same rules that we have when you are in class here. That needs to be to me by Monday or you will get a 0. I need to have your field notes. And that, again, you can take a picture, send it to me, or you can just drop it off at the office. But I must have it by Monday or it will be a 0. If you have any questions, you can email me and we'll take a look at that. All right, you guys have a great rest of your day.
Okay, welcome DLs. Glad to see you there. Class, welcome back. Welcome to another day. You've made it through the week. Good job. You've been working hard. Appreciate that. Make sure that section review 5.2 is turned in today. That was your homework, okay? And before I forget, on Monday, you will have a quiz. Quiz 13, quiz 12, okay? Next Thursday, you have quiz 13. That's why I knew it was there. So quiz 12 on Monday, quiz 13 on Thursday, hopefully, okay? Next week. Nope. They are not open book. You have the study sheets in the back of your notes, or behind your notes, so make sure that you are ready for those. We're coming up on another test, probably not next week, but probably the week after that. So be prepared for that also. Start looking at and studying your study sheet for that test. I don't know what test it is right offhand, okay? But it's in your study guide, okay? Okay, today we are on lesson 60 of your notes. That's page 5, okay? Okay, here we go. Oh, take out a piece of paper. You have a reading quiz. It's kind of a long one, so stay with it. 9 questions. This is a longer one. Okay, ready? Here we go. Here in just a few, DLs here in just a few minutes, I'll move. I don't know if you got my picture there or not, I don't know if it's in your way, but I'll move it here in a little bit, okay? DLs, make sure that you are getting your work turned in to me, okay? That way I can stay up on top of your homework right along with everybody else's. Thank you for those that have already been turning it in. I'll get those graded and get those back to you as soon as possible. Okay, enough talking. Quiz. Reading quiz. DLs, put your lesson 60 on that one, okay, so that I know where we're at on this quiz, or where you're at. Okay, I think DLs you're probably done with. There we go, do it that way. Okay. 7 are false. See if it stays on. Okay. We'll put this on 5-2, okay? Not 5A, 5-2. We're not 2-5-3 yet. Micah. 9. Okay. Erica. Okay. Cody. Jazz. Natalie's not here. Destiny. You said 8. Ariana. 7. Brianna, not here. Aaron. Cheyenne. Bella. 8. Jason. 8. 9. 8. 9. 6. Okay, sorry. Jaden. Emma. John's not here. Hudson. Nico's not here. Mia's not here. Tyler. Ellie. Anna. What'd you say? I'm sorry. 7? 7? Okay. Just a minute. Kayla? 10? There was no 10. You said 7? Okay. Joey? Did I miss you, Chase? Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Here we go. Oh, let's do a little bit of review here. Let me get my picture out of my way. What? Do I have a stapler? Yeah, right up here. You can come up and get it. Okay. What is the distortion of the principle of uniformity that claims understanding modern geological processes is the key to understanding the Earth's geological history? Uniformitarianism. It's kind of a hard word, but you guys got it. I'm sorry, right here. What geologist developed uniformitarianism? Charles Lyell. Okay. Who popularized the idea of biological evolution? Right here. Who was the other Charles? Darwin. Okay. Who was known for his studies of animal body structures? French guy. George Cuvier. What is the idea that one or more catastrophes are primarily responsible for each geological feature? It's up on the board. I got one. I let out of myself, didn't I? Nope, I just don't have it. So catastrophism. Okay. Fossils. That's where we're at today. Fossils are the preserved remains of plants. Shh. Joey. Didn't talk very much yesterday. I wonder why. So I wonder why he moved back. Okay. Okay. He moved back over here because Emma wouldn't talk to him over there. Okay. Fossils. The preserved remains of plants, animals, or humans. Haha. You ever seen a human fossil? But they are there. Okay? They can be there in some aspects. Now fossils look, and they look just the same as the original plant or animal that we see today. Okay? Your book has humans in there, but you don't see too many fossil humans. Okay? I suppose if you go to a museum, you might see what would be classified as a model of a prehistoric human. Okay? But generally, you don't see too much fossils. But now you do. Remember Pompeii? Pompeii got destroyed, got covered by a volcano, and it happened rapidly. So those people became fossils. And that's what it takes for a fossil to happen. It has to have a quick burial. Okay? A quick burial so that the scavengers can't get to it and eat its flesh part and then tear its bones around. Okay? A fossil is almost a complete replica of what it was before it died. Okay? Now, it may not be a complete one, but it does represent the remains before it died. Now, I contradicted myself on that a little bit here. It may not be a complete one just because of erosion, a catastrophe that happens, or something that causes the fossil to break apart and move to another location. Okay? But generally when you see a fossil, you'll see it in its entirety, okay? Or almost. Aaron? Yes. Fossils look the same as extinct plants and animals, such as your dinosaurs and mammoths, okay? So they will look like them. Scientists study the fossil record to learn more about the Earth's past. And that's what helps us in doing that, is that it shows us what things were like back whenever. Okay, I'm just moving the camera. Okay. Okay, now you can see me a little bit better. Getting old, so I need a crutch to lean on. Okay. Trying not to sit down, but we'll do it this way. Paleontology. That's what it's called when you study fossils. Okay? Don't ask me why they've come up with this term. Most of the times, the term that relates to the study of whatever sounds like whatever it is. This doesn't have, in essence, I haven't researched this, and I probably should, of why it's called paleontology, the study of fossils, instead of fossiology. Okay. So so. But I'll try and do some research. Hey, that'd be a good side thing for you. Let's put it this way. Hey, if you want it, I'll give you 10 points extra credit if you write me just a little paper of paleontology. Okay, and I'll apply it to one of your homeworks. Okay. Okay. So DLs, if you want to do that too, I'll give you a little bit of extra credit if you just give me a little bit of a background of why paleontology is called paleontology. Okay? Okay? It doesn't have to be long. Just a brief, just a little bit of brief research on that. Okay, see what you come up with. 10 points. A paleontologist is the scientist who studied paleontology. Okay. No, this isn't extra credit, but you can include this in your little discussion. Okay. See if you can get that by Monday. Okay. But as soon as you can, that'd be great. Fossil formation. Paleontologist. Okay. Okay, fossil formation. Fossils form only under specific conditions. Okay. A fossil can't form just because of whatever. There has to be a specific condition that allows it to do that. And basically that special condition is a rapid burial. Because it protects them from the scavengers and also decomposition. Now, something that was fossilized, okay, an animal, a plant, something that's been fossilized, okay. By the way, Jasmine, when's your birthday? I can look it up, but okay, so we're good. I handed out birthday stuff yesterday. That's why I was asking. Okay. So decomposition. Now, when you dig up a fossil, you don't generally see, unless it's not been long enough, you don't see any of the flesh, you don't see any of the hair, you don't see any of the skin, because especially if it's a long time ago fossil, because all of that has decayed into the ground, okay? But what you do see is the bones, okay, the possibility of the bone there, and the indentation of the bones in whatever they were buried into, okay? But if it's a scavenger and they eat the animal and leave the bones laying on the prairie, that's not a fossil. Those are just called remains, okay? So there's a difference. Only the hard parts, the bones, the shells of animals, are usually fossilized. That would be a whole specimen one, yeah. Right. So we'll talk about the categories of those here in a little bit. Fossilization. That's the process of something becoming a fossil. Quickly being buried by waterborne sediments. Okay? But basically the key words there are quickly buried. Okay? Fossilization. The Bible-believing paleontologists, they interpret the fossil record in view of what we've been talking about, the Genesis flood. The Genesis flood created a tremendous amount of fossils at that time because they were quickly buried under the sediments created by the waters that was sweeping the sediments around. Bible-believing paleontologists. Yes. To be fossilization. The geological record, so therefore it supports and confirms the Genesis flood. Okay? But what evolutionists, what scientists try to do is disprove it because of things not being in their chronological order. Okay? And why aren't things sometimes in their chronological order? What? Because what? We've kind of talked about it a little bit. Because the earth shiftings, the erosions, the earthquakes, it moves the earth around, okay? And so because of that, it may shift, things in different areas, or it may cause one to go underneath another one in some areas. So when they start digging it up and they find something underneath something else that should have been above it, then they try to disprove the Genesis flood because of it. The evolutionary paleontologists interpret the fossil record as evidence of evolution, obviously. So anything that they can disprove of the Bible, they're going to try and put it into their category. Okay, so number 3 on your sheet for fossil formation, the types of fossils. So first of all, you have what's called a petrified fossil. This is the remains that are replaced by minerals. Okay? The remains are replaced. So the remains, in essence, become a mineral because of the substances that's in the minerals get into the substance that's being buried, and therefore that substance now becomes a petrified fossil, like a piece of wood. Where would you find, and I think we even have this in your notes later on maybe, but where would you find the petrified fossils? Anybody, huh? Anybody ever been there? Emma? Yep, there's a place where you can go and look at them.
Isn't it like petrified trees or something?
What's that called?
The desert.
Okay. Right now we got a few conversations going on that shouldn't be unless you're talking to me, which you aren't. The National Petrified Forest. It's trying to think exactly where it's at. I've not been to it. It's it's in the western states here, but might be more towards the outside of Yellowstone. Yellowstone sounds familiar on that. Okay, then you have what's called the mold fossils. This is a fossil that's formed when it buries a plant or animal and then quickly hardens into a rock. Okay, now look at the difference between, on the picture on the right, the difference between can you see this, Cody? That better? The difference between a mold and a cast. Okay? The mold is what was there. Okay? A cast is something that hardens and then you dig it out and it becomes, more of a solid figure. Okay? The mold is an indentation of what was there. Okay? Does that make sense? So if you dug out the mole or what the sediment that's there, okay, let's put it this way. If we took the picture on the left, the orange one, okay, and we poured plaster Paris in there, okay, then after the plaster Paris dried, we pulled or dug the plaster Paris out, okay. So the plaster Paris becomes the cast of the mold, okay. Does that make sense now? So the plaster Paris is more of a solid object, whereas the mold is just the indentation of an organism. You have what's also called the print fossil. Yes. Bella? Joey?
What's the difference between a print fossil, like the track, or like a hardened mud from, chicken's foot?
Uh-huh. Not a whole lot. Okay. The definition of a print fossil is a fossil that occurs when animal tracks, leaf, or feathers, outlines, or imprints of skin were preserved in mud that quickly hardens and then is buried by more sediment. So it's a fine line. Okay. When people are going out and looking for, when hunters are going out looking for specific animals, they'll look for print fossils or print tracks. Okay, so a lot of these terms overlap each other, but yeah, it's a good question. What is the complete difference of them? Aaron? Mold? B? Did I skip one? I did. Thank you. A was petrified. Maybe I just listed it differently. So we have petrified. Oh, I put them both as A. That was my fault. So that should be B.
What about the resin?
Mold fossil should be B. Petrified A. Mold B. Sorry, guys. Print C. Okay. Get that? Petrified is A. Petrified fossils. This should be B. Mold fossils. Coming up on it. And letter C is the print fossils. Letter D, the next one is the resin fossils. Uh-huh. Basically, it's a manufactured fossil aspect, yeah. Okay, so a resin fossil is a fossil that is formed when plant parts, such as leaves and stems, insects, frogs, lizards, or other small animals, are trapped in a large masses of tree sap. Okay? And then that later hardens into a rock-like substance, and then that's the rock-hard substance called amber. So when you have this situation, you have a resin fossil. Aaron. To what? I'm coming up. 2E? Evolutionary paleontologist. Okay. And then letter E, 3E, you have a whole specimen fossil. Fossil that forms when an entire animal is preserved nearly intact by freezing. Okay, so there you got that one. Desiccation or drying out, or entrapment into a large or tar pit, into a log or tar pit. Sorry about that. Okay, so that's how they get the dinosaurs. Okay, yes.
What about when it's like the entire animal, skin and all? Do you have to put that in our scientific shows? It's in like Siberia or something.
It would be your whole specimen. It just has everything, the skin and the hair, but I do not have a picture of it. But I don't have a picture of it, at least right here. Okay, but the geological column that we've been talking about is it does have a shaky foundation, okay? Just have a few moments here. I want to try and get this finished, okay? Here we go. The abundance of both fossils and sedimentary rock that contain them provides us with a record of the rapid burial, okay? The Bible-believing paleontologists interpret this record in view of this Genesis flood, okay? Because of the conditions that it created. Guys, stop. That a flood causing people to be buried right away, or animals being buried alive right away. The evolutionists take it and interpret it as evidence of evolution. as a progression of simple sediments being preserved over millions of years. Lower levels of the crust supposedly contain the fossils of the oldest, simplest organisms, while the upper layers of the crust are said to obtain the fossils of the more highly developed. Okay? But here's your geological column that we've kind of been talking about, or the geological time chart. A hypothetical, keyword, hypothetical time scale used by evolutionists to summarize and illustrate their ideas. Okay? Just have about 4 answers, so let's see if we can get them finished. Okay? 4A. This is on page 5, 6 of your notes. The early time periods are at the bottom, and the most recent dates are at the top. That's logical. Okay? Because past should be at the bottom because the present starts burying the top, or the past. Earlier time periods at the bottom, most recent dates at the top. Just got 3 more lines to go. Okay? Letter B. Write quickly at this point, okay? So we can get this done. Letter B. The geologic columns, rock layers, are hypothetically arranged according to the types of fossils found within them. Hypothetically arranged. Okay? Letter C. The layers with simple organisms are placed near the bottom, while the topmost layers contain the most complex organisms. Okay? And I'll leave that up there for a minute because letter D doesn't have anything to write. It just says, this whole thing, the geologic column, gives the appearance that the Earth's rock layers reveal a sequence of progressively more complex fossils in the rocks. That's all it does. Okay? So you get an idea of what the geologic column, or also called the geologic time chart, is all about. Okay? Huh? Earlier time periods and most recent dates. Okay? Everybody good? Sorry about rushing at the end there.
What's the difference between complex and not complex? I mean, isn't everything complex because of all the DNA and stuff?
Well, if you look at it from kind of this perspective, things back in the 20s were a lot simpler than they are today because now we have all the computerized stuff and everything. So life was a lot simpler. That's the best I can come up with as far as simple versus complex.
What makes it different? Like, what are the
Oops, I shouldn't have done it.
Okay.
Okay, hang on. DLs, that's going to conclude today. Sorry about that. I pulled the cord a little bit too soon. That's going to conclude today. So don't forget, Monday you have a quiz, okay? Be ready for that. We'll see you later. Have a great day.
Yes.
Has anybody ever said your name like Miss Corral?
Plenty of times. Not like corral, but just coral. But it's just coral. Yes.
Like you're spitting out the word.
Uh-oh. Okay. Well, if you can't find it anywhere, it's not in your backpack, then you might have to go to the office. Actually, here, just use Nico's. Nico's not coming back.
Wait, what?
Okay? All right. Page 127. Not 27. What is it? 131. Okay, page 131 in your literature books. Distant learners, thank you for commenting that you're here. Shh, that's not the point right now, Chase. Okay, page 131. Okay, last night you should have read about Mrs. Ching, written by Gladys Aylward, however you spell it. It's from the book Little Woman. Okay, so just kind of some background about Gladys Aylward. I have no idea how to say it. But anyway, where is it? In my notes. Sorry, give me 1 second. Okay. She wanted to be an actress. She was born in England. She wanted to be an actress, but God put it on her heart. Emma, please sit down. Okay. God put it on her heart to be a missionary, and she had a burden for the Chinese people. So she left for China to share God's love. As she was on a train to China, she experienced some problems. Chase, you're not supposed to be eating in class. Put it away before I make you throw it away. Okay. She was on a train. She lost her passport, so she had to be detained by Russia. Then she was able to go to China in the end, and once she was able to go to China, she started to rescue these orphan girls who were going to be sold off for marriage. And one of the customs back then in China was feet binding. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that, but apparently back then, foot binding was a painful custom that the Chinese practiced for most girls between ages of 4 and 6. So they would bind their feet really, really tight, and that way when the foot would grow, the bones would break, and they wouldn't be able to, obviously the foot wouldn't be able to grow, and apparently the smaller the girl's foot was, the more appealing she was for marriage. So that's kind of a practice that they had. And Gladys, she wanted to save these little girls, these poor little girls, from this process and from being sold off to marriage and being sold off into slavery. So this is a story about Mrs. Ching. She was a woman who did this, and she was owned by a master who made her do this to little girls, and she was fearing her life, and that's why she did it. Her master would beat her. That's why she took these little girls and bound their feet and hid them, and then she would be the one to sell them off into slavery. Well, Gladys, if you look on page number 131, Gladys was the one who saved these little girls. So she was given permission from the Chinese government to go from village to village rescuing these girls. So as they were on to this village, on page 131 is just the exposition, the beginning part of the story. As they were going on to the village, it was Yuan Sun, or Lester Village. She said that no one was in sight until a muleteer, or someone who drove mules, shouted and outran the innkeeper. So then they took them in, and then he said, maybe you should rest for the night. But then Gladys said, no, I want to go rescue girls tonight, because by the time morning comes, maybe the word will have spread that we're here to rescue these girls, and maybe they'll hide them and we won't be able to find them. So she wanted to get to work right away, and that was kind of like a character trait that she had. She was very determined to rescue these girls. Go ahead and turn to page 132. A line to know, we'll get that to it in a second, but she eventually did find these girls in the home of Mrs. Ching. Okay? In class, who remembers from your reading, was Mrs. Ching nice to her at first? You can go ahead and say it out loud. No, she was not nice to her. She was very rude. She only brought out one girl, and she was 4 years old. And she began to unbind her feet, the little girl's feet. But then Mrs. Ching was very rude, and she was like, "You guys can leave now." But then she asked the little girl, and the little girl kind of gave it away that there were more girls in the house. So more girls came out. She unbound their tiny feet. So make sure you highlight that line to know. It's on page 132. It's on the right-hand side, about 3/4 of the way down, or maybe almost halfway down. Okay. It says, "I unbound all their tiny feet and bathed each one, singing to them and loving them." Okay. Jose, what did I say about the emojis? Okay. No emojis. I unbound all their tiny feet and bathed each one, singing to them and loving them. So that's the line to know from this story. If you guys don't know where it is, let me point it out to you. It's on the right-hand side of your book, a little bit halfway down. If you can't find it, make sure you star it and know it, okay? So she took those girls, and then, who knows, did she take Mrs. Ching with her as well? Yes, she did take Mrs. Ching with her as well. Mrs. Ching actually thought that she was going to prison, so the entire time there, she was scared, she was mad. If you guys look on page 133, actually 132, the very last paragraph, she says, "You cannot understand," she moaned. "He is wicked and cruel. He bought me, and now he has bought these children. As soon as their feet are ready, he will sell them to whoever will pay the most money for them." Then she says, "I know someone." Notice how the word "someone" is capitalized. Who do you think she's talking about, class? God. "I know someone who will take all your fear away," I replied. "Jesus Christ has sent me to help you. I will tell you about him, and he will comfort you." So they were there. They rested the night there, and then the next morning they started off for the other town, for the city. And then later on, she gets to the village, or to the city. If you guys look on the very bottom of the same paragraph, the very bottom on page 133, the left-hand side, she says, "My two soldiers seemed quite glad to take such a large crowd under their protection, and all of us, with the exception of Mrs. Ching, set off gladly for home. She believed, or she, poor woman, believed she was being taken to prison." So that's why she was very sad and she was very anxious. Well, once they got there, Mrs. Ching saw that she wasn't going straight to prison. And who ends up telling her about God's love for her? Who does she talk with? Does anybody remember? She gets there. She talks with this person, Emma? Yes, she talks with the cook there. So she talks with the cook. And on page 133, she's talking with the cook. It says, "Mrs. Ching turned away and stumbled into the kitchen where Chang, the old man, was stirring a huge pot. I followed and stood near the door, wondering how Chang would treat this newcomer. 'You can stir this,' he said, without looking up. 'I want to make a little pot of nice thick porridge for my dear one.' 'Your dear one? An old man like you has a dear one?' Mrs. Ching explained. He says, 'Yes, I am 68 and I love for the first time in my life, and not even one of my own race. But I am not ashamed. I love her because she told me about Jesus.' And then he proceeds to tell her that she was able to be saved, and then Mrs. Ching goes and talks to Gladys, and then Mrs. Ching accepts Jesus Christ into her heart. Look at the last two paragraphs. She says, 'After a great struggle, we were able to buy Mrs. Ching from her horrible master. Soon she was telling other women like herself how Jesus Christ had saved her and changed her life from one of misery to one of joy. My heart was bound up tight with sin, like I bound up the feet of the little girls,' she said. 'Now I am free and my heart can grow big with happiness.'" Okay, so that's the story of Mrs. Ching. We can always know the theme of this is sharing God's love even to anyone, even though it might seem hopeless. With Mrs. Ching, she was obviously forced to do this. She was in a really bad situation, but there's no part of this world that God's love cannot reach, okay, including Mrs. Ching. Okay, so go ahead and read tonight pages 135 Actually, we'll go over that on Monday, but page 136 and 137, okay? Page 136 and 137. Henry Stanley finds Livingstone, okay? It's only a few paragraphs, so please do your homework, okay? 136 and 137. Actually, give me 1 second. Let me double check that. Nope, tonight is just page 135, okay? Just page 135. There you go. Even one less page, okay? 135 for literature. Are there any questions about what's expected? Nope. All right. You guys can even read 135 if we have extra time in class. It's not that long, so please use your time wisely and do your homework. Okay, go ahead and put that away. Take out your grammar books. Okay, take out your grammar books. Okay, go to page number 95 in the blue book and then page number 80 in the green book. We're going to go over what we were doing for homework. The rest of our verbal exercise. Okay, just some review. Who remembers which verbal is used only as an adjective? Only as an adjective. Tyler? It is a participle. Good. Okay. Which verbal? Jasmine, we're on page number 95 in the green book, but it will tell you the different kinds of verbals on page 96 and goes into details of those. Okay. So which what's it called? Verbal is only used as an adjective. Noun. I'm sorry. Aaron? A gerund. Okay. How to identify a gerund? What does it end in? Class? ing, okay? What do participles end in? Dented, okay? D-E-N-T-E-D or ing. The reason why I said dented is because it'll help you memorize what they end in and help you spot it, okay? They end in D, E-D, T-E-N, or ing. How do I know the differences between a gerund and a participle if they all end in ing? Joey? The other way. Participle is not a verb. Adjective. Okay, so what do adjectives do? Good, they describe. And what do nouns do? They function. Okay, so nouns, as gerunds, they can function as the subject. They can function as a complement as long as it's a noun. Okay, that's how I know it's a gerund and not a participle. Participles describe. So they are. What do they describe if it's an adjective, class? If participles are adjectives, what do they describe, Emma? And? Not adjectives. Nouns and pronouns. Okay, so if a participle or a verbal is describing a noun or a pronoun, I know it's a participle. Okay, I know it's a gerund if it's functioning as something. If it's acting as the subject, if it's functioning as a complement, that's how I know the difference is between a participle and a gerund if they both end in ing, if the word ends in ing rather. Okay, and then what is the last verbal? It is used as a noun, adjective, or an adverb. Ari? An infinitive. Good. How do I spot an infinitive? What am I looking for? What words am I looking for? Jason? Good. It is preceded by the word to plus what? Kayla, do you know? To plus a... We said it in class. Okay. Who can help her out? Eliana, do you know? Okay. Erica? Okay. So it is preceded by the word. We'll just go over it. It is preceded by the word to, but it also has to include a verb with it. Okay. So to and a verb. All right. Let me write that down. Infinitives is to plus a verb. And the reason why it can't just be identified by the word to is because prepositional phrases can also be begin with the word to. So, for example, if I were to say, I am going to the store, okay? To the store is a prepositional phrase. It's showing relation of where I'm going, right? So an infinitive would be I like to run, okay? Or I actually hate to run, so I hate to run, okay? So to run is the word to plus a verb. That's why it's differing with a preposition and an infinitive, okay? So those are different, so make sure you are looking for the word to plus a verb. There has to be a verb with it in order to be an infinitive, okay? So those are my verbals. All right, let's go over our exercise on page number 80 in the green book, page number 95 in the blue book, okay? Let's go over the green book first, okay? Number 7, or did we not do number 6? Okay, let's do number 6, okay? My italicized words are saying and thundering. Give me my actual verb, Aaron, my verb. Jackson sang and prayed in the thundering darkness. What's my verb? Good. Sang. So sang should go in the blank. Okay. Now, you don't have to do this. It wasn't part of the exercise, obviously, in the instructions, but I did want you to kind of see if you could tell what kind of verbal it is. It's just for good practice. Aaron? It is a participle, because notice how it's describing darkness. Darkness is a noun, okay? And thundering is describing the darkness. It's saying what kind of darkness? The thundering darkness, okay? Look at number 7, I'm sorry. The lion stalked its frightened prey. Who has that one? Okay. Joey, we're in the green book right now, so we'll go over the blue book in a second, okay? The lion stalked its frightened prey. Hudson, give me my verb. Stalked. Stalked should go in the blank. What is frightened? Do you know? It is a participle. Notice how it ends in ed. Okay? It's one of our suffixes that goes under participle. Okay, number 8. Carpooling saves us time and money. Emma? What's my verb? Saves. Good. Saves goes in the blank. What's carpooling? Do you know? Not a participle. Okay, this is functioning as something. It is a gerund. It's functioning as the subject. It's saying what saves? Carpooling. So carpooling, it's our subject, so we know it's a noun. Okay, it's not describing anything. It's a noun. Okay, number 9, knocking over the can by accident. Hannah spilled the paint. Okay, this one's different, Cody. Go ahead and give me my verb in number 9. Good, it is spilled. That goes in the blank. Do you know what knocking is? Knocking over the can by accident. It is an adjective, so it is a... What are verbals that are used as adjectives? Gerunds, participles, or infinitives? Not infinitives, okay? Only used as adjectives. Gerund or participle? Participle, good, okay? Number 9, knocking would be a participle. It's describing who... Which Hannah? The Hannah that's knocking over the can by accident. Okay? Number 10, many families enjoy cutting their own Christmas tree. Okay? My italicized words are enjoy and cutting. What's my actual verb? Micah? Enjoy. Good. Enjoy goes in the blank. Do you know what the word cutting is? What kind of verbal? Do you think it's describing anything? Not an infinitive. Okay, how do I remember what are infinitives? What am I looking for with infinitives, class? Good, 2 plus a verb. So who knows what would cutting be? Joey, you want to give it a shot? Good, it is a gerund. Awesome. The reason why it's a gerund is because notice how my subject is families, my verb is enjoy, and cutting their own Christmas tree is acting as a compliment, okay? It's saying, what do they enjoy? They enjoy cutting their own Christmas tree, okay? And like I said, gerunds function. So if this is functioning as a compliment, we know it's a noun, okay? So that is number 10. And then the last one, the crying baby woke his sleeping mother. Who knows crying baby woke his sleeping mother? Tyler? What is my verb? Woke. Good. Do you know what crying is? It is a participle. It's describing the baby. It's saying which baby? The crying baby. Okay, let's go over the exercise on page 95 in the blue book. Okay, for those of you in the blue book. Okay, that was actually number 6. Number 10 in the green book was number 6 in the blue book. So hopefully you're following along with that. Okay, let's do number 7. The publisher sent us the corrected manuscript. Okay, my verb, give me my verb in the blank, Ari. Sent. Good. Sent is in the blank. Do you know what corrected is? It is a participle. Notice how it's describing the word manuscript. It's saying which manuscript? The corrected manuscript. Okay? The letter containing my resignation has been delivered to the personnel office. Bella, you want to give me that one? What's my verb? Good. Has been delivered goes in the blank. Okay, what is the word containing? It is a participle, okay? This one is describing which letter, the letter that's containing my resignation. Okay? Cheyenne, you want to give me number 9? Give me my verb in number 9. Our former pastor plans to attend the dedication. Plans goes in the blank. That's my actual verb. So what is to attend? It is an infinitive. Notice how there is the word to plus a verb, which is attend. Okay? Number 10, for finding her gold ring, Mother gave Joshua $5. Okay? What's my verb here? What's my verb? Joey? Gave. Gave goes in the blank. Good. Do you know what finding is? This one is actually a gerund. Okay? Here's why. Okay? So look at the word for. All right? Who knows what the word for is? Good. It is a preposition. Okay? So what prepositions do, they show relation. Micah, please sit up. They show relation. So this preposition for finding the golden ring is showing the relation to why Mother gave Joshua $5. Okay? So finding her gold ring is basically acting as an object of the preposition. Okay? So back to my example that I used, I went to the store. Okay? To the store is a preposition. Store would be an object of the preposition. Okay? The reason why it's called an object is because that's part of the prepositional phrase. Within a prepositional phrase, it gives me an object in the end. There's always a noun object. Okay? So under the desk. Okay? Under is my preposition. Desk is my object. Okay? Showing relation to where I am to this desk. Okay? I'm in front of the desk. Okay? In front of is my preposition. Desk would be my object. Okay? So this gerund in number 10, finding her gold ring, is functioning as an object of the preposition. Okay? So that's why number 10 would be a gerund. It's not describing anything. Okay, and then number 11, the dilapidated mansion loomed high against the twilight sky. Destiny, you want to give this a shot? What's my actual verb? Is it dilapidated or loomed? It is loomed. So what is dilapidated? Not a gerund, but ends in ed, ten, or ing. It is a participle, okay? It's describing what? What is dilapidated describing? Not the twilight sky. Look at the word that's right after it. No, right after dilapidated. Mansion, okay? Dilapidated is describing the mansion. Okay, so that therefore it is a participle. And then the last one, carpooling saves us money on car expenses. We already did that one. It is saves in the blank for those of you with the blue book. Carpooling is a gerund. Okay? That is verbs and verbals. All right, let's go over to the next page. Let's do exercise A together. Actually, For those of you in the green book, it doesn't even have an exercise A, verbs from verbals, which I don't understand that. Okay, but let's go over for those of you in the blue book. For those of you in the green book, listen well, okay? So make sure that you guys get good practice with this. I'm probably going to make a copy of this so that we all can do exercise A and B and all of them together so that we can practice them more, okay? So let's just do exercise A, and then I'll ask you what the verb is, and then you can tell me what it might be, or the verbal in the sentence, okay? All you're doing is telling me what the verbal is and then the verb. Okay? Number 1, hearing a noise, I went to the window. Okay? Hearing a noise, I went to the window. Okay? Who knows what my actual verb would be? Okay? Hearing a noise, I went to the window. Erica, can you give me a guess? Went would be my verb. Tell me what my my verbal would be. Ari? Hearing, good. Okay, hearing a noise that ends in ing. Okay, listen up. Number 2, the cold front coming from the west will change our weather drastically. Okay, the cold front coming from the west will change our weather drastically. Okay, who can give me my verb there? Aaron? We're not in the book because you don't have it in your book. It's just in the blue book. But listen to my words. The cold front coming from the west will change our weather drastically. What do you think the verb within that sentence is? The cold front coming from the west will change our weather drastically. Good. Change. And then there's also a helper verb there. Will change. Okay? Will change is my verb. Okay? What would be my verbal there? Ari? Coming. Good. Coming from the west. Good. Okay, and then the last one before I'll go make copies of this by the end of class so that everyone can have it. The last sentence, we ate our picnic lunch beside the bubbling brook. Okay? We ate our picnic lunch beside the bubbling brook. Cheyenne, can you give me my verb there? Not beside. What did we do? We ate. Okay? Ate is my verb. So we ate our picnic lunch beside the bubbling brook. Jason, can you give me my verbal in that sentence? Bubbling. Okay? Bubbling is my verbal. Okay? All right. So I'm going to go make a copy. We're going to do finish exercise A. It's just 2. And then do exercise B. Okay, we'll do exercise B. For those of you online, obviously you don't have this, but those of you in the blue book, if you do have it, do exercise B. In the blue book, I'm sorry, I can send you a picture for you to do it. So we'll do that. Okay, and then literature homework, like I said, just to read page 135, grammar, exercise B. And then if you have not turned in your vocab homework already, please do so. Please do so. It was list 10, your words 2 times. Okay, list 10, your words 2 times. No vocab homework today. We do have a quiz on Tuesday though, so if you want to study ahead, you may. But we do have a vocab quiz on Tuesday. Okay? Make sure you are studying list 10. Okay? Vocab words twice should be in the tray. Vocab quiz on Tuesday, list 10.
So for spelling, I'm assuming it's just 1 through 10, 2 times.
And then you're spelling words twice. Okay?
Wait, it wasn't just 1 through 10?
It's list 10 words 2 times.
Oh.
You can finish it, okay? Okay, is there any questions about anything? The homework, verbals, the story? Awesome, okay? Hang tight for a minute. You guys have about 10 more minutes of class, but you may talk quietly.
All right, welcome to pre-algebra. Let's get started today. Get out your textbook and get out last night's homework. That's what I want you guys to do today. If you already turned it in on Google Classroom, that's fine. Just resubmit it at the end of class. But basically, if you pay attention today, your homework should get a free 100% grade, okay? If you pay attention, because I'm going to go through question by question on your homework. Okay, I had something else planned today that kind of is just like a little extra thing that can help make solving problems easier. But I feel like it's more important that we know how to do it at all. So we're going to focus in on that. Real quick thing. Today a new assignment would have popped up on Google Classroom over the Level Up 4.2. Please don't do that. I'll delete it as soon as I remember. That's just going to get canceled. It's not even postponed. That's just going to get chucked because Level Ups are optional, and I'm going to opt to not. So that's what we're going to do there. So just ignore that, and then you'll resubmit 4.2b tonight if you're a distance learner, or you guys will just turn in your paper here. Okay, you'll follow me? Okay, so make sure you have out a piece of paper that you can turn in. Please start out by writing your name and the section number. This is 4.2b. I don't expect you guys to normally pay attention to A's or B's on all that, as long as you tell me which problem numbers it is, but it'll help my TA if today they're all labeled, okay? Or me when I go through and grade it, okay? So as long as you pay attention today, it's a free 100 participation grade, but I want you guys to focus in on how do we do this. So don't just copy blindly. The whole point of this is so you guys can ask questions along the way, so you guys can see what you should have done versus what you did to help improve your understanding, okay? Does that make sense? That's the point of today. So that's what we're going to do. Again, we'll end up being a free 100 if you just pay attention. All right? Real quick note, I've been announcing that Quiz 13 would be on Tuesday. This is unrelated to this, but it just works better for our schedule if quizzes are on Wednesday because there's already no homework. Okay? So it just works out better for the schedule for it to be Wednesday. So I just put it on Wednesday, just letting you guys know that date change. And then you do have an additional quiz next week on Friday. It's not really additional. I just finally wrote my lesson plans. So that's really what's going on there. Okay, so just make sure you guys notice those couple dates. And again, make sure that you don't worry about Level Up 4.2. I'm not going to teach that. We're not going to bother with it. That's the thing about those Level Ups is I can do it, I cannot do it. It's up to me. I may show this one later instead of another one. But it's more important to me that you guys know how to do 4.2, and then we'll get into that. So get out your homework, or get out a blank sheet of paper if you don't have your homework with you, and start copying down what we're going to do together. Okay? So homework started on number 16, correct? Yes, no, maybe? I mean, I can look, but... Yes, okay, let's go ahead and get going here then. All right, so we're on number 16 of our homework. I'm aware that the screen's not showing yet. All right, and we have 2n plus n minus 4 equals 8. Yes? We're on 4.2. All right, so number 16, we have 2n plus n minus 4 equals 8. And I'm going to go question by question. You need to write as we go. If you have a question, raise your hand and ask as we go. Okay, I've got 35 minutes. We have 15 questions. We've got time, okay? I can't, hang around forever, so make sure that you're keeping up because I'm not going to go back if I'm ready to move on and you're not. So make sure you guys are paying attention. Make sure you're ready to go. And then please ask questions is what this time is for, okay? So I don't always do this, but I do want to go through and give you guys one of these because it feels like, okay, that's about where we needed to slam on the brakes and go, okay, how do we do this? All right, so here we have 2n plus n minus 4 equals 8. The first step is we should go through and combine 2n and n and get 3n because I'm adding an n to 2n. So far, so good? Okay. Then I'm going to undo the subtraction of 4 by adding 4 to both sides. And so I'm going to get 3n is equal to 8 plus 4, which is 12. Okay? How do I get rid of that 3, class? Division. So we'll divide both sides by 3. And we get n equals what? 4. That's your answer. Okay? You guys have just a minute before this one goes away and we do another one. Because I'm going to do a slide per problem today. Yes? If I have time, I'll come back to them at the end. Oh, right, because I assigned the whole thing due today. Oh. Okay, well, we're going to go to number 1 then. I know, it's stupid that 16 is first. I forgot that it was one assignment. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay. If 16 will be at the top for everyone. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Now just go to number 1, okay? Because I was thinking it was 2 separate assignments. Number 1. Okay, so at the top, just cross out the B because I forgot 4.2 is all one assignment. Sorry about that. Number 1, let's start out with B over 6 plus 12 is equal to 19. Here's where penmanship is going to start becoming very important. I'm not huge on the, cursive thing in general. I mean, personally, I write in it, but that's because it's been drilled into me since I was like 4. Okay, I don't even know if I was taught print first or cursive first. I don't even remember. So anyway, cursive is just natural to me, so I just default to it. But in math, a couple things, okay? You need to make sure letters and numbers are clearly distinct from each other now that they're getting intermixed, okay? And the second thing, you need to not write letters in cursive for the most part, okay? Because it can start to look very confusing very quickly, okay? You'll understand as we get more and more letters in there, okay? There's only a couple letters you should write in cursive, one of which is the lowercase l, so it doesn't look like a 1. But past that, you should really stick to print. You don't have to try to break it for like when you're writing other stuff. It's only in math when it's a single letter. Yes? No, please. That's another thing. Good point. Okay, so 3 things. The second thing, thank you for bringing that up. You need to keep the letter the same case as what it's given to you. If it's given to you as lowercase, keep it in lowercase. And there's a reason for that. In higher sciences, upper and lowercase of the same letter can mean different things. For example, in physics, lowercase v means velocity, also your speed. Okay, we don't use s because it's already taken. Don't worry about it. Capital V means volume. Okay, so those are 2 very different things with the same letter, different cases. And then we actually run out of English letters and have to go to Greek. So don't worry about it too much right now. I'm just saying get in the habit of whatever you see, that's what you write. Anyway, the reason I bring that up is because we have B over 6. Okay, and those 2 things can look quickly the same if you're not careful. So that's the whole reason that started that whole process. Make sure your letters and numbers are distinct. It's not a problem if you write them in cursive. I'm just telling you it may start getting things too cluttered. Yes. Again, it's not a huge problem. It's advice. You can take it or leave it. In the actual math problems, it's a good idea to start working that way. Because a lot of cursive things can start to look too similar to other things. All right, let's focus. Let's face the front. Make sure our masks are on and make sure we're writing. All right, let's go. We got to go because I did not expect to have to do 30 problems. So we're going to subtract 12 from both sides. All right, which means that I'm going to end up with B over 6 is equal to 19 minus 12, which is 7. No, right? 7? Yeah, that's right. Durr. Okay, look, everyone has those days where your brain just goes, nope. All right, so it's just one of those. All right, so we're dividing B by 6. So we need to multiply both sides by 6 to get rid of it. So B is equal to 7 times 6, which is 42. Hey, real quick question for you guys. Does different colors help, hurt, neither? It helps? Okay. Well, at least to me, it makes it clear what was the step and then what did I do to the step. So anyway. All right, any questions on number 1? Cool, number 2. We have 4y minus 5 is equal to negative 13. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to add 5 to both sides because we're undoing it. That's not a 0.5, that's just the pen glitching. I don't know. So 4y is equal to, okay, so I have negative 13 and positive 5. Are my signs same or different? Different, so no, hold on, just one step at a time because I still got people struggling with this. We're going to subtract, okay? So 13 minus 5 is 8. Which sign was bigger? Negative, so it's negative 8. I'm glad that you got there, but I still have some people struggling with it, so I'm talking through it. All right, so we're going to divide both sides by 4 then. Okay, and when we do that, we get y is equal to, and then negative 8 divided by 4 is negative 2. Negatives in division, keep in mind, if there's only one, it's still negative. If there's two, they cancel and become positive. All right, questions on 2. All right, we're moving on to 3. Whoops. All right, number 3, we have 1/9 of k plus 3 times 2 is equal to 2. Whoops. All right, so first thing we're going to need to do is we're actually just going to simplify first. We have 3 times 2. So 1/9 k plus 6 is equal to 2. Okay, now we're going to undo this by subtracting 6 from both sides. So I get 1/9 of k is equal to 2 minus 6, which is? -4. Good. A lot of you guys just said 4. You're right. We do subtract, but you have to keep the bigger sign, which in this case is negative. Okay, so there we go. And then I have 1/9 of k, so I can get rid of that by multiplying both sides by 9. Okay, so I have k, whoops. I have k is equal to -4 times 9 is? -36. Good. Okay, it's 36 because that's what 4 times 9 is. It's negative because there's only one negative. There's nothing to cancel with. All right, let's move on to number 4 unless there's a question. Yes?
When we're dividing like in number 2, like 4y divided by 4z, keep the sign when dividing. And multiplying.
Oh, you mean if there's a sign in front of the y? Yes, the sign stays with the number.
Or like on number 7, it's -7.
We'll get there. Okay. We'll get there because I don't want to answer it until I can see the problem. All right, first things first, let's go ahead and simplify. So we end up with 5a equals 25. Keep in mind, if you have just plus a variable, understand that's just one. If I'm holding just one book, I tend to say a book. If I'm holding 3 books, I'll say 3 books. Does that make sense? There's a variable there. Okay, no pun intended. It's just happens to be a in this case. Okay, just one variable there. It's understood to be 1. Okay, just like in English. All right, so that's how we did that. 4 plus 1 is 5. Divide both sides by 5, and we get that a equals 5. I'm trying to give you 300 and you're messing around. Now, let's move on. Number 5. We have 3 times d minus 2 is equal to 15. So first step is we're going to go through and distribute the 3. Okay, there's no actual like solving being done here. We're just going to do the thing. So 3 times d is 3d. 3 times -2 is -6. Keep in mind that 3 has to go to every single term inside the parentheses. Okay, then this equals 15. Now I can start undoing things. And so I'm going to add 6 to both sides. And so I get 3d is equal to 15 plus 6, which is, good, 21. And we divide both sides by 3 to undo that multiplication. And d is equal to 7. There we go. Good. Number 6. We have 3/10 of x minus 15 is equal to 6. First things first, let's go through and add 15 to both sides. Six plus 15 is? All right, how do I get rid of a fraction? Whoops. Multiply by what? 10 over 3, good. We take the fraction and we flip it. Keep in mind this is 21 over 1, okay? So our 10 cancels, our 3 cancels, we're left with x equals, and notice that we have 3 into 21 equals 7. So 7 times 10 is 70. Whoops, sorry, forgot to switch, but there you go. Okay? Color. Because I try to do each line in blue and then whatever I'm doing to it, but oh well. All right, any questions so far? Cool, 7. We have 4 squared minus 7, is equal to -7n plus 2. All right, so we have this first. There's something to simplify. Let's do that first. So we have 4 squared, which is 16, is equal to negative 7n plus 2. Now we can go through and subtract 2 from both sides. We get 14 is equal to negative, oh goodness, I did it again. 14 is equal to negative 7n. Then, now I need to go through and divide. Yes, it's a negative, but it's still multiplication that's happening there. Do you guys see that? Because next to each other. So I'm still going to do division, and I'm going to divide both sides by negative 7, so that way it gets rid of the sign as well. Because if I only divide by 7, I'm still going to have negative n, and that's not helping anybody. Okay? So we're going to divide this side by negative 7, because what we do to one side, we have to do to the other. And then I'm left with that n is equal to negative 2, or n equals negative 2 is the way I would write it as an answer. It's not wrong. It's preferred to write it this way. It's one of those situations. It's where it's a preference. Huh? Yeah. That's the whole point of what we're doing here. If you made a mistake, fix it. Number 8. We have 5m minus 2m plus 1 is equal to 10. First things first, I can simplify something. What's 5m minus 2m, class? 3m. All right, we're going to go through. Let's subtract 1 from both sides. And I get that 3m equals? What does 3m equal? 9, thank you. Leave it. All right, then we're going to divide both sides by? There we go. And m equals? There we go. Any questions so far? Let's move on to number 9. I have 6 times y plus 1 is equal to 48 over 4. There's a couple things I should simplify before trying to do anything. On the left side, you see I need to distribute that 6. And then on the right side, I've got a fraction to simplify. Okay? Because it can become a whole number, and in that case, we definitely should, instead of dealing with a fraction the whole stinking time. Okay? Because fractions, okay? As much as they're not of Satan, feels like it some days. So, let's just go ahead and take care of it while we can. 6 times y, 6 times 1, what gives us 6y plus 6. 48 divided by 4 is 12. So I'm going to have a 12 here. And let's go through and get rid of that 6 that's being added. So we're going to subtract 6 from both sides. And I get that 6y is equal to 6. How do I get rid of that 6? Dividing by 6, anything over itself is? There we go. All right, let's go on to number 10. Number 10 is a word problem. It says the difference of 10 times a number and 6 is 14. What is the number? So let's first of all figure out what we're going to start with. Yes? What? I can't hear you. Okay, I just can't hear you. What? Okay. I tried. Number 10. All right. Number 10, difference. Difference means what? Subtraction. So 10 times a number. It doesn't tell me what that number is. That means it's the unknown, right? Okay, so let's pick a letter. N. Okay, cool. All right, so we're going to use n. How would it represent 10 times n? 10n. All right, so we're going to go straight to work here because we don't rewrite story problems. All right, so we have 10n, and it says difference. So I already know I'm going to have a subtraction sign. Okay, so the difference of 10 times a number and, okay, I'm about to find out what's on the other side of my minus sign. Okay, and 6. Well, that's easy. Is means equals, and what does it equal? 14, because there's no other possible way to interpret is 14. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, now that we have this, let's start solving. We're going to start out by adding 6 to both sides. And then I have that 10n is equal to 20. How do I get rid of the 10? Divide, and I get 2. So n equals 2. So 2 is my number. This is my equation because I'm asked for part A and part B, so I should list and circle both answers. That's actually going to be something on one of your quizzes next week, is that you're going to be given 2 blanks. The first one for your equation, the second one for your answer. Yes?
You probably know how to set stuff up. Like, I read that and I thought everything was
Okay, did you hear my approach to it? We start out, we look for keywords. Okay, and that wasn't meant to be snap answer. Does that make sense? Like I'm just trying to walk you through it. I started out the difference. Okay, I know difference means subtraction, so I know I'm going to have a subtraction problem. I just start reading and looking for keywords. It's one of those things you get better at as you do. So it's just a lot of practice. The reason for that is because when you say that you have the difference of something, you don't say the difference of this minus this. That doesn't make sense. The difference already told us there's a minus sign. It's one of those that real life doesn't come at you in pre-worded problems, so you need to know how to interpret it. All right, number 11. Another word problem. We are given that half the sum of a number and 8 is 3 squared. What is the number? So first things first, half. Okay, how do I represent half? 1/2. Okay, and then it says half the sum. What does sum mean? Adding. So that means if it's half the sum, that means it's half the answer of an addition problem. Okay, I'm taking it piece by piece. If you just follow it in order, it'll tell you what to do. Okay, a number. I don't know what this number is, so pick a letter. S? Cool. All right, we'll use S. I don't care. And 8. Okay, so I already know it's a sum. It's a number. I've represented it. And 8. So 8's going to go here because it's the other part of my sum. Does that make sense? And then it says is. Is means equals. And then it says 3 squared. Well, that's pretty self-explanatory. We're going to put 3 squared. Okay, does that make sense? All right, now we can start going through and solving this. First thing we should do is we should distribute that 1/2, right? And then we should take that 3 squared and simplify it. So that's all I'm doing here. Nothing's moving sides. Okay? So 1/2 times S is 1/2 S. Yep. It feels like a trick question. It isn't. Half times 8 is 4. So I'm going to put plus 4 is equal to, and what's 3 squared? 9. Okay? Now we can go through and start solving the equation. So we're going to subtract 4 from both sides. We get 1/2 S is equal to 9 minus 4, which is 5. All right, how do we get rid of a fraction? Multiply. I forgot to switch, so I'll just switch it here. Works for me. Okay, and we're going to multiply this by 2. Remember, 2 and 1 and 2 are the same. Okay, it's just a matter of which way I'm writing it. And I'm writing it this way specifically so I can go ahead and cancel. So I get that S is equal to 5 times 2, which is 10. And there's my answer. All right, any questions so far? Let's go on to the next one. 12. All right, 12. Some students were playing tag on a playground. The number of girls was 3 less than twice the number of boys. If there were 7 girls, how many boys were playing tag? Okay, this is one of those ones where it's like, seriously, can you not count? Okay, they're just out there. Just count the heads. It's easier. Okay, but let's go ahead and figure it out anyway. Okay, I don't know if that's just me. It's just like, I wouldn't be setting up an equation. I would be just, okay, well, let's count how many girls and how many boys. It's not that hard, but we're moving on. All right, it's okay to mock math problems. It makes them less scary. Okay, that's what we do. All right. Yeah, kind of. All right, moving on. Number 12. So some students were playing tag on the playground. Irrelevant information. The number of girls, okay, was 3 less than twice the number of boys. Okay. So I'm given a bunch of information about the girls, right? Okay. So which one do I know less about? The boys. So let's do something that makes sense here. Let's let B equal boys. Okay? The whole reason for that, I know I butchered the Y. I'm aware. Okay? Let B equal boys. Okay? The reason why we're setting it up for the boys is because now we know all this other information about the girls in terms of how many boys there were. So I can set up my equation easier if I let the boys be my unknown. Okay? So now, the number of girls was, okay, so then, okay, 3 less than, okay. We know there's a 3 involved. Less means subtraction, than means reverse. So I'm going to have minus 3, and I just don't know what's in front yet. Does that make sense? Okay. What? This says then. Then, minus 3. Look, moving on. Y'all get used to it. All right. Brain just completely. Thanks, guys. 3 less than. Okay, now we're going to see what it's less than. Twice the number of boys. So how would I represent twice the number of boys? By 2. So I'd have 2b. That's what twice means. Okay, then I'm told there are 7 girls. Okay? So if this is the number of girls, it's going to equal 7. Does that make sense? Okay? So I have my equation. It was worded there for me. So I have 2b minus 3 equals 7. So let's just start solving it. So I have plus 3. All right. We're going to have 2b is equal to 7 plus 3, which is 10. And then I divide by 2, and I get... Okay, again, it's incorrect to just circle b equals 5. I have to say there were 5 boys. Because it's a story problem, you have to answer it. Okay? So there are 5 boys. Or even just 5 boys. You have to put a unit. You can't just say 5. Okay? Does that make sense? Any questions so far? Cool. Yes. Yeah, that's what I just said. I literally just said those words. Okay, number 13. All right. We have Jeremiah paid a total of $25.80 to purchase a shirt and tie. He paid the regular price of $14.50 for the shirt and got the tie for half price. Oh, goodness. What was the regular price of the tie? All right. This is when you just go like, why? And then you reapproach the problem knowing that it's going to be one of those. Okay? So let's just do this one thing at a time. A total of $25.80 means that I'm going to have a sum of things equaling $25.80, right? That's what the word total means, yes? Okay? So I just already know I'm going to have equals $25.80 over here. Okay? I'm just going to start setting up my equation because it's one of those problems. In the equation, you don't worry about it. Until the very end, and then you put it back in. I mean, you can leave it in if it makes you feel better. Won't hurt my feelings any. All right. So now, he paid the regular price of $14.50. So I know that $14.50 is part of that $25.80, right? Because he bought a shirt and a tie. The shirt was $14.50. There's no math to do there. They gave us the amount. Okay, and we're assuming no tax because this is a, I don't know, weird shop. Okay, anyway. So with taxes, it only gets a little more confusing. All right, so we'll talk about it. All right. Anyway, with this, and then he got the tie for half price. And then notice what the question's asking us. It says, what was the regular price of the tie? Not how much he paid for the tie. That would be pretty easy, right? Okay, but the tie is half price. So we want to know the original price of the tie. So if the original price of the tie, let's say, is our x in this equation, how would I represent half of that? 1/2 x. Yeah. Whoops. We have 1/2 x. Look at that. We have an equation. Let's solve. So we're going to subtract both sides by 1450 from both sides. That's what I'm trying to say. And I get that half of x is equal to, and this becomes 30, and then, okay, so $11.30. That's how much he paid for the tie, by the way. Okay, that's not what we're asked, but do you see how that's really quickly how we got there? Okay, so that's how much he actually paid. Let's find out what they would have charged had it not been on sale for whatever reason. Okay, so I'm going to take this and multiply both sides by 2 to get rid of that fraction. Okay, this goes away. X equals $22.60. I mean, you can, but like, this is the proper way. Yes? Yes, there's multiple ways you could approach this. One way would be just to figure out how much you spent on the tie, like we did. Okay, it's $11.30, and then no, it's double. So you could have added it to itself. You could have multiplied it by 2 on its own. We could have done this without setting up an equation, but again, right now the skill is learning how to set it up into an equation so that you can solve it. We're purposely doing problems you could have done before that. You need to, okay, First rule of math, okay? Don't say the words, I don't get it. And I know that sounds like really arrogant and like kind of mean. I'm not trying to be either of those things. The first rule of math, though, is that as long as you tell yourself you can't do something, it will be true. Math is largely a mental game, okay? Everyone in this room can do well in math. And I say that no holds barred. It's whether or not you think you can. Okay? The moment you tell yourself, I don't get this, I don't know how to do this, you will be right. It's, I don't know how to do this yet. You have to add the yet on there. Otherwise, it's a permanent state of being. It's, I don't get it yet, but I'm going to keep trying until I get it. That's what makes someone good at math. The only thing that makes me any better at math than any of the other teachers is the fact that I'm stubborn as all get out. It's the same thing that makes me a good tech guy. It's because I'm stubborn and I can't let it go. Okay? It annoys people. I am fully aware of that. Okay? It sounds arrogant as all get out. I'm aware of that. There's nothing I can do about it, though. Because if I'm not like that, it won't work. Because if I just look at a math problem and say, I don't get it and move on, what does that do for you guys? Okay, I don't get that option. Okay? Now, in here, that doesn't normally happen other than, like, what are they trying to do? Okay? But that's the approach you have to take of it, of I don't get it yet, so I'm going to keep pushing until I do. I'm going to keep trying. There's an old saying that if you want to learn, no one can stop you. But if you don't want to learn, no one can help you. I've seen people on both sides of that line. Okay? That's what we're doing here. Some of you may be struggling for math for the first time in your lives. Okay? I don't know your math backgrounds because it's the first year I have everyone. This is when I'm getting to know everyone. Okay? I don't know if that's true for you or if you've always found math a struggle. But I can tell you this, math is mentality. It's not a series of steps. It's an, I don't know how exactly to approach this, but let me try different things that I know I'm allowed to do. Okay? That's what this is. Okay? That's what math is. So you may not understand it yet, but you need to keep pushing. You need to keep trying. Okay? Because nothing will kill your learning faster than saying, I don't get it, and shutting down. Okay? I can help you as long as it's a yet. I can keep working with you as long as it's a yet. And I'm not trying to, like, hammer down on you. It's a very important thing to learn. Because until you learn that, you don't know how to learn. You only know how to absorb what comes easy. To learn, it has to be, I don't know yet, I need to keep trying. And that's when you go in and you look at, if you don't fully get it in class, and I only have 40 minutes. I'm doing what I can. Okay? I get 40 minutes each day, and I do my best to try to get it to you guys. Okay? I understand some days it doesn't happen. But if it doesn't happen, you can go back and rewatch it. Here's the great thing about YouTube. You can slow it down. So if you need me to talk slower, because I've been told that, okay, I try. But when I got 40 minutes and I got to get through you know what I mean? Like, the brain just goes. Okay, but you can actually slow down my voice. You can slow down my explanation on YouTube. Okay, you can go back and look. Or if you don't get it the way I explained it, there's resources like Khan Academy on YouTube where you can go through and listen to someone else explain it, and that might be what lets it click. I'm not so arrogant to think that it needs to come from me. Okay? I need you to do it the same method as we're doing in class because reasons. Okay? Otherwise, I don't know how to help you with whatever method you picked up on YouTube. Okay? I need you to find something that's the same method, but you can learn if you want to. And that's the thing. Okay? That's what's happening here. I know for a lot of people, this is the class where they feel like it defines whether they're good at math. No, nothing could be further from the truth. This is where you're figuring out, hey, there's a brand new tool. Okay, how do I use it? Okay? I can't tell you the number of drill bits I stripped until I finally figured out the art of, like, using a drill properly. And yes, there is an actual art there. Okay, I've broken drill bits. I went through and did all this stuff. But now, for the most part, I mean, accidents still happen, but for the most part, I can get through a project without breaking anything, without breaking any of my tools. That's what you're learning here. You're learning how to use a new tool. And you're going to go through breaks and missteps along the way. That's fine. That's normal. That's supposed to happen because that's how you learn. You know, famous chefs, they don't make a perfect dish right away. They try stuff and see what works. Okay? Figure out how you learn. And a big part of that is mentality. Okay? That goes for any class, not just here. Not just me. It goes for any class. If you don't get something, you have to remember to tell yourself, I don't get it yet. And it might feel like you're stuck in that yet for a long time. It might, okay? I've had those days, or those weeks, or those school years, okay? It's I don't get it yet, okay? For example, one of my hardest things to do, and I know I completely sidebar here, I'm okay with that, because if I get nothing else across, if I get this thought across today, I want to get it across. One of the hardest things for me personally is memory. I have no memory, okay? You guys know this, okay? I can be starting something and not remember where I was going with a sentence, okay? It's one of the things I struggle the hardest with. Okay. So rewind back when I was in 7th grade, here in school. And I started to struggle in Bible class of all places. Yeah. Because I have a hard time memorizing verses. It took me nearly an entire year, but by the end of that year, I learned how I need to memorize verses, at least for quizzes. It's not a great way to memorize verses, but it got me through. Because I had to go a few more years through school, and then I went to a Christian college. So like memorizing verses was something I was going to have to do for a long time. You know how I have to memorize verses? You guys can walk around, say it, you guys might even be able to look at it a few minutes and long enough to be able to pass a quiz. You know what I have to do to be able to just get through it enough to pass a quiz? I have to write every verse at least 20 times. Handwritten. That's the only way it sticks up here. And even then, after the quiz, it's gone. I try. I have tried everything. I know what Scripture says. I cannot quote it word for word. And I don't know why. There's just a hardwire block in here. So I had to learn what method did I need to do to overcome that. Because for everyone it's different. I have the same issue with spelling words. Until finally I learned that there's 4 basic rules and then there's exceptions. So you learn the 4 basic rules, and then you memorize like crazy the exceptions by writing your spelling words as many times as it takes to get it in there. Okay? I struggled with simple things. Okay? To this day, you guys know I still occasionally blank on times tables. That's still a thing. You know why? Because it's a memory thing. I know the process of multiplication. It doesn't mean I remember the answer. Okay, does that make sense? So learn what your weakness is and learn how to overcome it. You know, to this day, I still have no memory. It's still a problem. So you'll notice I always have my lesson plans out with me because I don't remember what we're going to do that day until I walk in and I look at this. Even if I wrote it that morning. Okay? That's where I'm at. In about 3 hours, I'm going to be done with school. And then my paperwork begins. I do not remember right now what I have to do. I have a to-do list in my phone where I can check things off so I remember what to get done today. So that way Monday comes around and I'm ready. Okay? This is not a math skill. This is a life skill of learn what you struggle with and figure out what method works for you to overcome it. Because here's the thing. I have no memory. As long as I write it down, I can remember or I have something to look back at. That's my way of overcoming that issue. I don't know what your issue is because no one is the same. We're all different. And for some of you, memory might be the easiest thing in the world. Congratulations. I slightly envy you. But also, the fact that my brain is almost completely processed is what makes me good at what I do. So I don't want to trade places with anyone because I'm good at what I do. I'm good at math. I'm good at tech. It's the rest of those areas where I need to go through, okay, I need to overcome this issue so that way when it's time for me to do my job, I can do it well. Okay? That's the idea. So here's what I want you guys to do tonight. Okay? I know it's Friday. I want you guys to go back through homework 4.2. Okay? I was going to have you guys turn it in, but that's when I thought it was just a section. Okay? And you're going to turn it back in on Monday. Okay? I'm going to give you guys another shot at it. Okay? If there are questions, work through it. Okay? Push through. It's you don't get it yet, and that's okay. Keep trying until you get what works. All right? But at the same time, please don't spend like 8 hours on this homework. Okay? I know I just talked about figure out, okay, it's a long process of figuring out how to overcome stuff. All right? Does that make sense? Yes. I can answer brief questions, but if it's going to be anything longer than that, you guys have my email. You guys can text me. And if I happen to see it, I will answer. But weekends are crazy. All right. I'll see you guys later.
Hello. 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 There we go. That should be good. All right. Today I did hint about 4 times that we will have a quiz, so it's not completely a quiz because I'm trying to help you guys out. Prepare. That was the first week back. Okay, so be ready for that. I'm giving the students here about 4 more minutes. Actually, a little bit less than that now when the clock hits 9 or 45. Okay, we're going to take that quiz. If you haven't received that quiz, I tried to send it to most of you last night. Message me real quick, preferably through text so I can see it right away, so I can send that to you. I should have sent it to most of you. Jose, once you're on, it doesn't look like you're on yet. I sent it to your sister because I don't have an email for you. So I sent Ellie that quiz for you as well. Natalie, I didn't send it to you. You'll just take it when you get back on Monday. I sent it to Jezreel, Mia, Jose, Emily. I think that's everyone. So let me know if you didn't get that. If not, just let me know. I'll send it real quick again. We are taking that today. We will still have a few notes after the quiz and possibly some homework as well. Okay, so I'm going to go off the stream for just about 5 to 10 minutes. We'll take that quiz and we will be right back. have to be quiet. The more you complain, the more time you waste. Hello, hello. Hello, there we go. All right. Hello, hello. There we go. All right, we're back. We're going to be doing a few notes. Okay, yesterday we left off, I believe, at 58, correct? 59. We did 59. So we're on 60. Everyone can see the screen? All right, again, distant learners, make sure you should be able to see it now. Okay, we're taking a quiz, Jose. Okay, you're a couple minutes late. I sent that quiz to Ellie. Okay, I don't have your email, I have hers. Okay, so ask her if she didn't give it to you. We had that quiz. Make sure you guys, distant learners, turn in everything today that we had this week if you haven't turned it in already. Whether you're messaging it to me, email, MySchoolWorks, make sure you send it to me. Okay, good to see you, Mia. Emily, again, I sent that quiz to you guys. Jezreel, thank you so much. Okay, it is your guys' responsibility, being distant learning, to get that turned in. And if you didn't get the quiz, it's your responsibility to reach out and tell me so I can send it to you again. All right, any questions before we start? Everyone turn in their homework. Don't want any zeros early in the year. Okay, so we're only going through a few notes, so let's listen quickly and quietly. Okay, we left off talking about Pope Leo X. Jezreel, I know you weren't late. I was talking about Jose. I don't think he was late, just not paying attention. All right, Frederick the Wise. Frederick the Wise. Okay, he was the prince of Luther's part of Germany. Okay, he decided that Luther should receive a hearing on German soil. Because remember, where did we leave off? Sorry. What was the situation going down? Do you need notes? You have some? For this chapter? I put some on your desk? All right. What were we talking about, Joey? What were we saying? Not quite. What was the scenario that was happening dealing with Martin Luther? What? He was charged with heresy. You're close. He wasn't. He was spreading the truth. Okay, but he was charged with heresy by who? Pope Leo X and the Catholic Church. Okay, they wanted to do what? Call him to... You guys are going to have different answers. Court. Okay, basically call him to court to judge him and prosecute him. We talked about that and left off with that yesterday. Okay, so that's the scenario we left off on. So remember that. Okay, maybe this will make more sense. Okay, so this Frederick the Wise was the prince or understudy of Luther in the part of Germany. He decided that Luther should receive a hearing on German soil, since that's where he was from. Okay, we're going to see a group of people during this time. Okay, they're called, yes, it looks weird. It's not a health diet. Okay, but a diet is an assembly of princes and high church officials in the Holy Roman Empire. Okay, this will make sense here in a second. So know that this diet is an assembly of princes and high church officials. Again, these are the men that Luther is going to be in front of. Okay, he's going to have to be prosecuted in front of. Yes, ma'am. Quickly write it down. It's not that kind of diet. All right, we got to keep on moving. We're only doing a few notes today. Try to give you guys around 10 minutes to finish that homework. It's not going to be a lot. Okay, so now that we know this diet at this time was considered an assembly, the Diet of Augsburg. The Diet of Augsburg is where Luther went on trial. Okay, it was at the odds with the papacy because popes had been taking much money from Germany to spend on crusades and other projects. Okay, so a lot of the stuff that should have been put into this prosecution and all these different things, okay, they didn't have a lot of money because they used it on their own personal things. Just like we saw, like the Holy Wars, this is obviously way before this time. Okay, the church would use the money they would raise. They'd say, oh, it's for God, but then they use it for their own personal desires and goals. Please put your foot down or feet down, Aaron. You bum. Okay, with this, because of this situation, everyone good on this one? All right, we'll leave it up there a little bit longer. You good now? All right. Because of this, Luther told the Pope's representative that popes can make mistakes and that the papal bull, okay, you need to know that term, that the papal bull used by those who favored indulgences, what are indulgences? Okay, yes, but what were they specifically? They were things sold for what, or meaning what? For what purpose? Chase? To lessen your time in purgatory. Remember Wetzel Tetzel? I'm just kidding. Tetzel, the friar, remember how he started selling them and said what? He said, if you buy indulgences from me, you not only will lessen your time. Emma, what did he say? Okay, he said, you and whatever family members and loved ones are in purgatory, you will get no time. You'll go straight to heaven. All right? Which is obviously not true. Okay, but we see that these favored indulgences were contrary to Scripture and should be rejected. Luther is telling them this to these people and nobles and popes. I was going to say peeps on accident, yes. He appealed above the Pope, saying that his case should be considered by a church council. Okay, again, he wants a bigger crowd. He wants people to actually hear this argument and this truth, to bring people to the realization, hey, you're following this fake thing, okay? And this is the truth. Again, I told you need to know what a papal bull is. Okay, so I'm about to tell you. Everyone good on this one? All right. Okay, just a few more and then we're done. Thank you guys for listening so well. A papal bull is an official declaration by the Pope. A papal bull is an official declaration by the Pope. Johann, yes. So remember, if they have the same first name, remember them by their last name. So it's yeah. They would probably laugh. They'd be like, what are you doing? All right, we have Johann Eck. Johann Eck. Shh. He was a Roman theologian. Does anyone know what theologian means? Someone that studies the study of the Bible, okay, or God, yes. Okay, a theologian. Obviously, this was studies towards more of the Roman Catholicism. And the university professor of the University of Leipzig, or Leipzig. Shh. Okay, so no, again, he does have same first name, so no one by the last name, Jaden. Shh. Okay, so we're going to see this Roman theologian, or this is supposed to be a smart man in this group of people that's prosecuting Luther, Martin Luther. So we're going to see Luther's debate with Eck force him to clarify his views on the Roman Church and the papacy. So as a result, between Martin Luther and Eck, Johann Eck, these declarations were made. Okay, and we're only to have one more note after this. You guys have done great. Again, I told you I just want to do a few notes to keep on moving at least a little bit. Okay, the first declaration is neither the Pope nor the church councils are infallible. Do you guys know what infallible means? Someone raise your hand and tell me what infallible means, if you know. Ariana? It's okay, you could try. Anyone? Anyone know what infallible means? I know. I'm looking at all of you. I'm curious. Infallible. Okay, so fallible means something is false. So if it's infallible, it means it's always true. It's an absolute truth. Okay, so he said neither the Pope, sorry, I said that backwards. I said that completely backwards. I'm so sorry. Fallible means something is true. Infallible means it's not. I'm so sorry. Brain fart. Okay, neither the Pope nor the church councils are, no, I said that right. I said that right. Stop messing me up, Jaden. Infallible is truth, means it's absolute truth. Okay, so he was saying that the Pope and the church are infallible. Okay, they're not absolute truth. So did I. Okay, I lost all train of thought for a second. Okay, that they're not complete truth. Okay, because what is the complete truth that Martin Luther was trying to show them? Okay, it was God in the Bible. Remember, Martin Luther was a monk at one time. And he thought what? No, not quite. What? Okay, you had to do certain works. You had to live a certain way. You had to be a certain way. Okay, and because of that, he hated God. Remember I was talking about that? He hated him. But when he found out the truth, okay, he's like, man, I don't have to be this perfect person. All I have to do is accept Christ as my Savior. Then he truly understood the love of God. And he wants other people to know that. Okay, so first we see that neither the Pope nor the church councils are infallible, or they're not absolute truth. Second, we see the Church of Rome is not supreme over other churches. Okay, the Catholic Church is not the only church. Remember, at this time, they were superior in a lot of ways. He's saying, hey, just because they're large, just because they're powerful, you guys don't need to trust them. You don't need to believe in them. Okay, don't fear them. And he's saying this again. Imagine saying this in a crowd of like Catholics and people that believe this and push this. Okay, lastly, the Bible is the only authority for Christians. This happened between when Luther debated this supposedly very smart professor in Roman Catholicism and theology. Okay, and he proved to Johann Eck these truths. Okay, last note for today. Luther wrote a series of tracts in 1520 in German, obviously, that rejected the teachings of the Roman Church. Not an album that's dealing with music, a series of books. So he wrote volumes of books, okay, that basically explained why Catholicism was wrong. Obviously, he still spread the truths of the Bible, okay, but maybe people didn't quite understand it. Okay, that's something today sometimes too, right? We don't understand everything the Bible says right away. Sometimes we have to study, look at other sources to help us understand it. Okay, so he made these series of books for people to see specifically, hey, this is what's wrong, and this is what the Catholics are deceiving you with. Okay, that's the last note we're going to do for today. We're going to jump right back into the notes on Monday. See some conflict between this. Okay, but for homework, why? Mr. Coral, you hate us because you give us homework. All right, you guys had 13.3 last night, correct? And you did, well, hopefully you did it. You guys did the odds, correct? You guys are doing 13.3, the other ones. The ones you did not do. What? Yes, I know. You're doing 1 through 9 odd. Page 144, section 13.3 review. 1 through 9 odd. That was those other ones. Last night homework was 2 through 8 evens. Shh, you still have about 5 minutes. Honestly, you could probably finish most of that if you'd like to. If not, you can work on something else. Okay, distant learners, again, it's page 144, section view 13.3, 1 through 9 odd. Okay, you guys have a study hall as well. Some of you have 2 study halls, basically. Plenty of time to finish it. It's not a lot. Again, homework is something I like to give, although I'm sure you don't like it sometimes. They're easy A's. Okay, so for those who struggle at quizzes and tests, okay, homework is an easy way to keep your grade up if you're always doing it. But if you continue to not do it, then it just hurts you more. Okay, distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you turn in all your work for this week. If it's not turned in today, okay, you will receive a 0 in those homework or quiz. So make sure you send that to me. Again, it's your responsibility. If you did not receive the quiz or you can't find it, okay, you can't tell me a week or 2 weeks later, say, hey, you never sent it to me or I can't find it. then it's still a 0. You need to tell me today. That's your responsibility at Distant Learning, so I can resend it to you. But I did send it to everyone. Again, Jose, I sent it to your sister because I don't have an email for you, so make sure you get that from her. If you need any help, let me know, or need me to resend anything, let me know. Hopefully you guys are doing well. We will see you next week.